Hey everyone, just getting everything set up. Okay. Alright, there we go. Now I can see everything. Okay, so I'm picking up where I left off last week. I've had some time to think about it, and I did some asking on some of the Facebook groups, and I have figured out what's going on with the walkway. So to recap, I going through. I have an input curve. I'm resampling that to jack the points up and to smooth it out. And then I'm going through and doing a whole bunch of half edge calculations and various things to get out, uh, to get like points that the vectors that go along it, and to actually create the rest of the geometry here and to create it in order. Uh, so I have figured out. I did it again. Undo. Come here. Let's do. Okay. So I have figured out what I can do to make it so that it works right. I can get rid of these for one because I'm adding the prim's in this for loop. Okay, so and then after this, I'm doing some smoothing on the points to try to work on, for the time being, cleaning up any crossing geometry. So the one of my major goals for this is that if you come here and say bring this in where it starts crossing and all that, I want to get rid of that. And I also want to make it so that the controls on it, if you, let me put it here, so if you put the width up too high, yeah, so these crossings right here, I want to make it so that the system can dynamically take care of those as they happen. Just because I think that that's going to be interesting. So, yeah, I also set it up so that it's entirely procedural for the width of the road and the amount of steps in the for the final geometry. So now I want to, okay, so then I smooth it out to deal with some of the crossing issues. And this I was trying to go through and recalculate all the edge parameters. It's having problems because it doesn't know what I figured out. What was pointed out to me is that so I'm trying to get, so I want these parameters. Okay, so those actually got a little messed up. I need to figure out what's going on with those. They should be all along the... Oh, wow, that just... No, come here. Go away. Middle mouse click on things, and things go things. Ah, man. Okay. So... I need to figure out what happened to those, but I'm able to use this to calculate on the one edge here. Oh yeah, that's right, because I'm smoothing them, I'm not smoothing the actual attributes, so that's what happened there. I'm smoothing P without smoothing these other two. So like if I come up here and I add in the along attribute, now it smooths those out and it keeps it roughly consistent. But I'm just going to rewrite them here. I want to rewrite them on this one. So what I figured out is that every time it goes in to the group. Like, it's not getting this group, but that's because it's going, half edges are just on the things. It's just on the geometry. So because I'm starting off at half edge 0, it just is picking up whatever the half edge is. So what I'm going to do first is I want to define I want to get a list of the current primitive's points. So, so it's going to be current prim points, and this is equals prim points of input, and then at, I believe that's it. Yeah. Okay, so if I, it's because, yeah, the at prim num is going to be the current prim number. So if I go through and let's make that, and let's make this an attribute for a second so we can look at it. So if I come over to the geometry spreadsheet and go here, why are we getting a 0 for everything but 2? Okay. Oh, that's why, because it's running on, it's only on the group 1. So if I take that out, there we go. There we go. So now I have a nice list of the point numbers, and this one here is going to be, yeah, I can just actually get rid of this group because I don't need it anymore. Okay, so I have this nice list of prim numbers here, with number 3 having the point numbers for the prims. So I don't actually need that to be an attribute. I just want to show that. So change that back to there. So now, if I do that, I can do, actually, I can, technically, you're right. I don't, well, I'm right. I don't need to do this. I can just, instead of saying cur hedge 0, I can say hedge source point. Okay, so that's giving me, oh no, I want to go the other way. I know there is one. Is it it's not hedge prim. Oh, I know there's a way to do it. Where I figure out what hedge starts with what point. Okay, I'm just gonna error that out for a second. Okay, I need to look at this documentation. It's not prim hedge, is it? Oh, I think it's point hedge. Because you know, yeah, let's go ahead and let's do prim hedge. And let's get let's get the help up on prim hedge. Int prim returns the prim number in the geometry. Okay. Returns the number of an arbitrary half edge contained within the prim. Okay, so I don't want that because I want the half edge that's actually connected to the first point, so it can step along it. Because otherwise it's gonna start at a random point. So that is correct. I need prim point. Not prim point. point hedge. Alright. Yeah. So I just give it a point. The number of point in the geometry is for the source of the returned half edge. Returns a number of a half edge that has the point. Okay, so if I do OP point hedge next. That's interesting. I'll have to look at that in a sec. Okay, so if I do point hedge and I say 0 and I do prim points of 0 at primnum, and then I say 0. I want the first index on that. Cool. So now, if I come over here, there we go. It goes there and calculates over it all. So that is actually exactly what I was hoping for. See, I was doing that to try to get it to where I could untie the knots. Because I want to adjust the point positions based on... well, there's a few reasons for this. One, I wanted this attribute, one of these attributes populated so I could use them to align, and I need to define the endpoints. But I wanted them so I could define the alignment axes on my grid. Because this is a lot neater. It's maybe not more effective, but it is a lot neater of a way to get at these variables, get at these vectors, than say a polyframe. You can use a polyframe. Like I could have just come here and just gotten the polyframe variant. But you can see that they shifted off just ever so slightly. Plus, when you do that, it messes with the... For one, they're pointing in the other direction. But yeah, you can see they're not quite lined up, and you need to figure out, are you doing first edge, are you doing two edge, which can adjust and make wonky the vectors. So I would just rather manually calculate it in this case. I just need to take the code from here. Need to take long... Which piece? Yeah, this one. Need to get the code in there for doing the last one, which just it does a reverse look instead of a forward look, so that's not that big of a deal. Okay, so now I've got the skin, which has all the geometry on it too. Has all the attributes. Okay, so if I well, let's go ahead. You know what? I kind of want to do the packing on it. I want to get the packing done. So all of these should, I mean, they're slightly variant in area. Let's go ahead and make a tighter bend, though. Okay. There we go. It's because I want to make it area dependent. I want to make one of the parameters area dependent for making everything line up and all that. So I need a scatter. I did some experimenting last week with using scatter line. So these should... Alright, so I want output attributes. I want... it's saying all of them should be there. Oh, I didn't click that. There we go. Okay, so I've got the scattered points. Let's go ahead and calculate the area on the skin, though. So measure SOP. Alright, so now we've got a nice measurement of going on of the area of each primitive. I kind of would rather... Yeah. I would rather go from black... Yeah, black to blue to red. There we go. I kind of like that. Okay. So... I can do the scatter instead of, so your density attribute can be, this has to be a point attribute. So it's, okay, so density there, but attribute promote, and I want to take from primitive to point, I want to take the area, and I want to change the name of the new one to density. So the problem is now it's saying it's less dense. It's doing more density where the area is the largest, which I'd kind of like rather have the biggest stones where the density is the highest. So I need to do a, let's go with total area attribute. What's this one do? Enables elements whose calculated raw measurements values fit within a visualized range, i.e. those not being clamped are reported in a... Okay. What do we got here? Okay, so I've got an in-range group. Oh, I can get rid of those detail attributes. Where's that? That's... Where am I creating those? They're here. So I can get rid of these two. Clean up my code for a second here real quick. Apologies. And then, yeah, this line. I don't need this line anymore. Okay. Cool beans. Okay, so now I want to go back to my measure sop. Okay, so that's saying 660. Okay, so I don't think the range group is good. Total area, though. No. Okay, so there are... Okay. I'm trying to think of how I want to go about this. I'll leave this here. I need to reverse its scaling, though. So I need to do... So we're going to add detail attribute. I'm going to try using the type info again. So I want 0. Alright. I always need to look this one up because I haven't really used it too much. Okay, so I want no, it's set detail attribute. It's not add, it's set. Yes, there we go, the mode. Because I want to set it to alright, so it's 0 area area min at area. Okay, and this is going to be one of our primitives. And then I want min. Okay, so... Okay, that did not do... Oh wait, did I put it after the promote. Okay, so this is going to run over points. Okay. Come over here to the points. Yeah, okay, so that did not... Attribute promote. Oh, because I'm doing it to density, not area. See, why don't you guys tell me these things? Alright. So now density min is still 0. Why is density min 0? Density min shouldn't be 0. Yeah, so it doesn't like that. I had this issue before where it wasn't... oh, because that's right. See, I don't want to add the detail attribute here. The problem is if I was having that problem with this wrangle. I was trying to do a similar calculation where I was wanting to get the min and max area. I was wanting to calculate those out without using a pair of attribute promotes. So I was wanting to do it inside of a wrangle. The problem is each time it runs over the because I have to have the detail attribute on it already set to something high for this to work. So if I were to go here and say add detail attribute 0 min area like that, and then come here. Oh, density min. Helps if I keep remembering what it's called. Density min. Okay, so now if I come here, that should have worked. Yeah, see, that's not... Oh, it doesn't know. So add. Yeah, see, and that's not even getting the right one, because that should be the total area. The total area and that... Well, no, because it's rounding off of those. So it's not. Total area here... This total area that I'm getting is the total... Yeah, I don't even need that. Okay. So that is actually gonna bug the heck out of me, because min should be giving me the... Here. This 0.004. And it's giving me 0. So I'm just gonna have to suck it up. And just do this the long way. I would love to be able to do it all in Vex and not have to worry about it. So we're going to do density from point to detail, taking the max, change name, max density. And then we're doing, again, this is, oh, do not delete it. Do not delete it. Min density. See, this is, I love that it works, but this is just so inelegant. Although it's still... Oh, average. Aha. Minimum. There we go. So, now I can do an attribute angle where I take, where at density equals fit at density yeah, because it's points, so detail 0 min density. Okay. Okay, and then I just reverse that. Let's go ahead and just pull this out into, I want to be able to see it along. Alright, so this is going to be, okay, and then this is 0. Okay, so, and accept. What are you arguing with me about? Oh. Do I need that for detail? No. Okay, so detail attrib is the one that has all the extra junk along with it. Okay. There we go. So now, what this is going to do is it fits the density between its actual max and min. So this doesn't change anything. But then reversing these two makes it so that it flips it. So it's now the highest density areas are now the minima, or have the smallest area spots have the highest area, or the highest density, and the lowest density, and the, so yeah, that's basically, yeah, it's easier to visualize. So what's happening now is if I go here on the scatter and let's just say 10,000 so I can show you. Okay, so now you can see what's happening pretty easily. This is an area where it gets real tight, and so they're going to get small, and then these are areas where it's more stretched out, so they are sparser. And if I come down to visualize, everything still has all of those nice alignment parameters on it. So now comes the fun part. I want to put square tiles on this that are aligned to the curvatures. So that's not hard. That's attribute rename, and then I want to do so if I say scatter, not scatter, not copy to curve, copy to points, if I can think straight. Okay, so I do that. Oh, I also need to add alright, so go ahead and add that. We're going to rename along to normal. Okay, so if I do that, then I want to make you tiny. Okay, that might be too tiny. 0.03. We're going to make this shorter, so let's do like 0.2 for that, so it's nice and thin. Alright, so now everything's aligning properly. You can kind of see, it's starting to kind of actually get to the effect that I'm looking for. I just need a way of getting p-scale attributes right. I might not do p-scale, I might do an actual scaling, so that way I can non-uniform scale, so I can keep them the same thickness, but adjust the long sides. But that's already, I'm proud of that. That's good. Yeah, I took a little bit of extra work getting around a few things. Alright, so if I go to here, I can adjust the divisions down so that way it is smoothing. Let's turn off the smooth for the moment. Okay, so I can adjust the divisions, and that gives it a little bit better control the area. I can adjust the width. And technically, I guess the crossing doesn't necessarily matter. So like if I come here, yeah, let's get it bad. Okay, so this crossing doesn't necessarily, well, let's see how bad it matters. Okay, so what's happening here is we're getting a knot in the tiling. So yeah, that is a problem still. That's supposed to be what the smooth node helps to deal with, which it does help some. So like if I come here, you can see that it kinda helps. Like this knot here and this knot here, this kink here are being taken care of. But the big one isn't, so that would definitely need some help. But let's put this back down to something that doesn't kink, and that I don't need the smooth for. Now obviously, if you were doing this in a HDA, you could just have a switch on that so the smooth could be turned on and off at will. Alright. So, I need a way to scale things it's gonna be in the attributes, because this is the copy to points should be the last thing we need. Everything we should be able to take care of all of the transforms and all of the scaling and changing and maneuvering of things above this. I want to use fewer points though, so let's take this down by an order of magnitude. Okay. So you can see you're still getting a decent chunk of points in the middle. There's still like some sections that end up not having much in the way of points because of the smoothing algorithms, but overall it is maybe a little more than that. Let's go. Well, no, because I want to scale things. I want to get things to scale into proportion right. So, if I were to go over each point using a point cloud and calculate the minimum distance to a neighbor, I mean, I'm thinking of basically I was just thinking in my head of what would amount to a relax algorithm, so I don't need to do it because it's point relax. What I'm thinking, I could just use a point relax. So I don't want to use a point. I don't want to do a relaxing algorithm. I could, since I'm scaling it based on, because it's oriented, so I don't have to worry about that. I could do a try to see what happens when I do a directional lookup. So if I made it so that it looked ahead of and behind and on either side, to look at the distance away that it is from other points. Yeah, let's see what happens when I do that. I like attribute wrangles way too much. So I do a PC open, and then this is going to be 0. I'm going to use this one. 0 P. Yeah. Okay, so I go 0 P app P. Let's just do 0.2 and 50. That should be a reasonable overture. So I want to I want to loop over them and get the okay, so if I say front, back, left, right, think I can do that? Yeah. Okay, so if I do that, then I can have it loop over its POP network. Okay, so, while, I think I need, what, PC next? Okay. PC open, PC iterate, that's the one I'm looking for. So while PC iterate. Okay, so that's just going to loop over all the points for each one of the point cloud. So then I'm going to do... Oh, that's right. That gets... There's a... What are you guys? Import by index 3? And a PC num found. This can be used to extract specific search results from found points. This channel data from points outside a PC iterate or PC unshaded loop. What's PC num found? For example, if 10 points are being filtered and 6 are within the search radius, PC num found. Oh. Well, that's handy dandy. Okay. It's not what I need for this. I could click on a few things for way too long. What are we? Returns? Oh, metaball densities. Alright, yeah. Not playing with metaballs right now. But I just need PC import. And then I really... Because this distance is great. So, it's one of the reasons I absolutely love using... point clouds. So... Alright, so I need PC, I need a, because I'm going to store the shortest one in each direction, in the right one. So I've got, target point equals okay, so I actually need a couple of floats. I want min-dist. Yeah, I just need that for the time being. So if I do I want min-dist for each one. There we go. Because I'm gonna do a check that checks which direction it is from the point. And then I'm going to, well, in the orientation from the point. So then I'm going to do a check. I'm going to store each one. So I need the point number. So PC import handle string channel name. Point number. These all need. Okay. Value. Oh yeah, that's right. It's a it does a reference on it. So I need this to be there, and then this is TPT. Right? Yes. Okay. So point distance. Alright, so now I've got both of those being imported. So now I need to put in the code for getting the direction. So I need the vector. Do I need it for anything else? I'll store it for the time being. Target position is point 0p and then tpt, and then I need the direction, so I need the TP minus p. Okay, so now I have, so basically like if I were taking this one, let's just see, I don't want this, no, not, yeah, let's just say I am taking, you won't let me select it, yeah. Why won't you let me select it? Whatever. So let's just say I am doing like this one. So it's checking here. So this has the so basically what I'm doing is, so if I have this one here, if I'm doing that one and it's checking this one, what I want to do is I want to do a cross product with the along and check its value against other values. So if I do the cross product. No, I want to do the dot product. Because I can get the angle, I can get the cosine of the angle between this vector and this vector, which will give me its position around this circle. So if I do I need to get the dot product. So I've got, so if I go to Math World real quick and I just do dot product, oh, you're gonna do that. Okay, so it's the this works. This is vectors, so it's the this x dot y vectors here uh, equals the length. That's the magnitude. So it's the length of uh, x times the length of y times the cosine of theta. So if both of these are equal to 1, the length of them are 1, so this is 1 times the cosine theta. So all I have to do is do the dot product of a normalized vector for each of these. So if I do let's say float theta equals dot normalize of dir and trying to make sure I get this right, because this is going to make a difference for right and left. I think it needs to be at I changed it at, no I didn't, I do that, yeah, here. So at along and direction. Oh, and actually, sorry. There and normalize of that. What are you arguing with me about? And I just, okay, there we go. Now it's working. Okay, so now I have that angle. So now the way that's going to work is if it is between, well, 45 degrees, so the cosine of 2 pi, what is it? So this should be returning, it should be the, yeah, it's a decimal, and it doesn't matter what how the angle's calculated in there. Let me just double check the documentation here, because I want, okay, so this is doing it as in radians, where n is in radians. So I can say if I think I can do this, cosine of, oh, actually I don't know if I can. Okay, so this is in radians, so I want, okay, so I want to do the 45s. That's the pi over, now I just need to remember how to remember my unit circle. Oh god, I haven't used this in a little bit. Okay, so it is pi over 4. So front is pi over 4 and 3 pi over 4. So I want this between 3 times 3.14 divided by 4 is less than theta is less than cosine of it is pi over 4. So okay, so that should be... Let me just double check if that works. Oh, I need another. Why are you arguing with me? Okay, so it does not like this. So if I take you out for the moment, does it work? No, what happened to you? Oh. Anomalous call. Dot vector vector. But I'm doing that. Normalize that. Take out this, and I believe that the other one is already normalized, right? Alright, so let me look at this. No, not you. You're the one generating along. Yes, along is normalized, so that everything equals 1 there. There we go. I don't like doing this, though, because I want to be able to use that vector for other things later, perhaps. So I want to be able to do it inside of here. Okay, cool. So you can be cleared. Alright, there we go. So now I want to do... So that should be... It's less than... Okay, actually that does look like it might work. Which would be great for this, because doing those betweens that way is so nice. Okay, so this is going to be... This is if it's in front of it. So now it should be... if t dist is less than min, let's see, if dist f, because that should do equals. I just want. I'll put this out later. I just want to equals t dist. Oh, no. If min dist f is greater than t dist. Alright, so... Okay, so if min dist f is greater than t dist, so if the minimum distance is bigger than the target distance, we'll change it to the other one. So then so this should check if it exists. This checks if it is bigger, and it sets it if it isn't. Okay, so then else, I need to create it. So, fn. What are you having problems with? Oh, yeah, there's no capital there. Oh, what are you complaining about? Uninitialized variable. Okay, so I'm going to have to do that for all these. Equals 0. And equals 0. Alright, what are you having problems with? Does it cast from float to int? Use explicit cast instead. So, yeah, that's fine. I can do that. There we go. Okay, so now if I come over here and go to points, there should be a min distf, and it is not being populated for every point. There's quite a few zeros there. Why? Ha. Here I've been talking to myself all this time. That is... I am so sorry. Oh, that's gonna make for a horrible VOD. And I've been going for an hour this way. Thank you so much for saying something, Burrito. Oh. Oh, jeez. Then it looks like I need to normalize those vectors anyways, because they're not showing up very nicely here. Alright. Well then. Oh. Oh, well that's good. I must have actually hit my mute shortcut key while I was pounding on the keyboard. I thought I had it set somewhere where I wasn't going to do that. I think it's on my number pad actually, which is probably why I did it. Okay, well that's not so bad. Alright. So... let's go ahead. So I'm going to flip these two around. See if that, does that make a different set? Alright, so no, because those are still the same ones. Okay. Okay, let's go to a not a graphing. Well, no, not a graphing. Scientific, because I want the cosine of 2 pi. Oh, clear. 2 times pi cosine. No. 2 times pi cosine. Alright, so that's giving me... so I want 3 pi over 4. So 3 times pi divided by 4. I want the cosine of that. Okay, so that's why that's okay. So 3 times pi. Oh, that's really weird. Moving my chat over closer to in front of me. Okay, then divide that by 4. And then I want the cosine of that. Alright, so that's negative 0.7. And then I want pi divided by 4. I don't want the cosine of that. 0.707. So it's negative 0.7 to 0.7. So that should be giving it to me. Is it just because of my search radius? Wait, let's increase that. 0.5. Okay. But that's still putting... If I come here... Yeah, that's still... That's still these, and these should be searching forward of it. Because they're... Instead of going this way. Okay, I'm going to try this. Let me just see if I can... So I come up here and I... Let's multiply the along. Times pi over 4 should give me the right. Okay. Alright. So... And I guess I'm going to be comparing right and left and forward and back when I go to do the scaling, so... Okay, so next is... 7 pi over 4 and 5 pi over 4. I think. So it needs to be great. Oh, it needs to be greater than 7 pi over 4 and less than 5 pi over 4. Oh. Okay, so 3 pi over 4 to pi over 4. And then pi over 4 to 7 pi over 4. And then 7 pi over... It's winding... It winds counterclockwise. So 3 pi to 4 pi, 3 pi to pi over 4, pi over 4 to 7 pi over 4, 7 pi over 4 to 5 pi over 4, and then 5 pi over 4. I might have this backwards. To 3 pi over 4. I need to reset these. So these are front, right, back, okay, and then this is left. Okay, so I should have MNDIST front, MNDIST back, which is not calculating anything, so I need to check that one. MNDIST front, MNDIST left, MNDIST right. So front and right are working. Back and left aren't. So you're the back, you're the left. So cosine of 7 pi over 4. Oh. Front and right. Okay. Okay. So why aren't the left and back working? What did I do wrong? Because these two. MNDIST left. If MNDIST left is greater than, if it exists, if it's not 0. I should just be able to set these to large, arbitrarily large numbers and have them, because I know they're not going to be this big. Okay, that still works. Still getting some zeros, which is weird. Those are the ends, though. There's no zeros in there. Okay. So I need to figure this out. Cosine set. Do I need to... What if I do it the other way? Because maybe none of these are... So let's try doing 3 pi over 4 to 5 pi over 4 for left. So 3 pi to 5 pi. Well, it is going into it because it's creating it at all, and it should be getting set to 1,000 initially. So min-dist L, t-dist. And I could just use the front and right for it, but I really want it to look all the way around itself. So if I do I want to say front directory. Yeah, this is one of the things I would like to have been able to do. So I wanted v at. Okay, so now I have Why aren't you? Oh, yeah, because I need, there we go. So now, if I do let me bring this back up. Let me grab a visualize node, and I want front direction. Okay, so this is a marker. You're going to be a vector, and you're going to grab lowercase f. Okay, so now, and I want this to be, orange. And do the off-up. Okay, so if I do that, and I say I want another one that is long, and I want this one to be yellow, and the variable is, I hate that that one doesn't scroll, long. Okay, so that is going to the farthest point in the front direction on the search, not the shortest. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and yeah, so that doesn't do anything. Yeah, that's actually really, yeah, because my search radius is 0.5, so that's almost all right around 0.5. So this is definitely giving me the wrong. Okay, so we're gonna do it this way. Instead of doing No, I do want it that way. Okay, so if I do a maximum, if I do a maximum check instead of doing it this way, so I can just say, okay, so I don't need, no, I need this check, but I can say, maximum of t dist and min dist. If the maximum of those two is the target distance, no, I'll do min. The min of those two is the target distance. Then I want to say min equal t dist t dist might help if I put the t in there. There we go. Okay, so that's still, wait, front. Okay, yeah, so that's getting those. All right, so, and I want, what did I call it? FDIR. Okay, so I do, and V at FDIR equals DR. Okay, so now, yes, it points to the shortest distance path in front of it. Which, actually, I'm not gonna lie, that looks kinda cool. Like, that's got potential for stuff. And even maybe some things. Okay, so I'm gonna adjust my if statements down here to reflect what I just did there. Because actually it doesn't even need to, other than changing the variable that's being checked and being changed, I can just copy paste it again. Okay, so this is tdist min dist r equal tdist min dist r and r. Okay, and let's go ahead and make another copy of this. And this is going to be R. This is right. R. And we're going to color you green. And then activate you. This one needs activated too. Okay. So these can be a lot shorter. So we're going to make this like 0.01. No. 1. Length scale, 0.01. Okay. Okay, so why did I not get... It's FDIR. R direction didn't get set to anything. And MinDist R is not getting set properly. Okay, so what did I do? Okay. Minimum of TDist and R. Okay, so the minimum of TDist and MinDist R MinDist R is 1,000. If that equals target distance, then MinDist R equals that. That equals that. Alright, so I need to hide them all. I need MinDist R and R direction. Okay. Let's reverse the direction on this. Okay, that still doesn't give me anything. Alright, so so now I'm getting MinDist R. Oh, forgot semicolon there. Okay, that's not doing it. Thought I was allowed to do that. Because there should be these very green. The green line should be pointing to the right, this direction. Okay, so what is different? It shouldn't be giving me these problems. I should be able to... I kind of need to do that anyways to make them inclusive, but... Huh. Percent G, new line, okay, so that's, it is kicking out for every thing, but my t-dist is coming up as 0. Why? Why is that coming up as 0? Alright, now you're just... Okay, well now you're getting them all. Okay, I just gotta let it run, which is gonna be annoying. So, how's everyone doing? Alright, come on, can I cancel you? No? You're not gonna cancel? Okay. Oh. So what is everyone else up to tonight? Anything interesting? Well, this goes through its 10 billion loops. At least you get to see how many loops there are that it goes through, because I'm an idiot. Okay, there we go. Done. Alright. So it is getting distances. It's just when they come inside here, they're being set to 0. Alright, so let's try... because it is definitely coming up with it, so let's... Okay, and that's the minimums, and that's the distances for every point that's in that direction. Again, it's going to have to loop through, like, everything. Probably should reduce the number of points I'm doing, but, yeah. Yeah, I have a background in mathematics, and computer programming, so Vex is kind of like my favorite thing to do. In Houdini, I love figuring out just the random little tricks to Vex. If you have any Vex questions, I am more than happy to help you out with them. I probably lean on my Wrangle nodes way too much. Like, I know there's easier ways of doing some of the stuff that I'm doing. Like, as I said earlier, there's the polyframe node, which all of the stuff that I'm calculating, like the along, like this, where is it? This whole node could be done with a polyframe node. I just don't like the way that it handles certain things. I'd like to have a little bit more finite control over it. So I would rather do it with this. I was struggling with it last time because I had to get this information to figure out what half edge should be getting calculated for each loop over it with the primitives. Yeah, honestly, it doesn't... Vex is an interesting language, and there are things to it that are specific, but it can do... You could do just fine learning, like, Python, which actually is not a bad idea because there is a Python node. There is Python in Houdini. You can just drop down, like, I can just... I just drop down a Python node and get access to all the Python, get access to using Python in here, which I do from time to time. It's not, I tend to just use Vex because it handles a lot of certain mechanics inside of it a lot easier. But if I'm trying to do like high end math or stuff like that, I'll just use the Python node. Uh, the but if you learn Python and you learn the way that coding works, like you learn what a for loop is, what an if statement is, how while loops work, then you go back at Vex and things. Then all you need to learn is, okay, so what do I need? So I want to do this thing. So I need to know that point clouds are a way for me to get at the information. Vex is actually C. It's not C++, it's actually C. All the content, all the syntax, all of the way that things are done. The only difference between Vex and C is the at operator. And a few of there's like the internal things with Vex. I've gotten to talk to the guys over at Rebel Way a few times through my work, and they're cool dudes, and it's probably a good program to go through. You're never going to go wrong learning Python. You're not going to go wrong with it. It's you should look into C for the syntax in Vex, but Python will take you a lot further in a lot of things. I do code for work all the time. I work for Grid Markets, but I do like data science analysis and all that stuff all the time. And half the time I just end up sitting down and writing a quick Python program to go through and calculate everything rather than trying to do it, by hand or in a spreadsheet or something. It's just ends up being faster. Okay, so I am going to come up here to the scatter because this 1,000 nodes, let's see here, 50? Can I do 50? Will 50 work? So if I come up here and click here, okay, so my search radius isn't high enough for 50. So let's go and do 100. How am I doing here? Okay, that's getting there. That's better than Alright, come on. Pull that back up. Did I? Oh, I just minimized it. No, I didn't. Where is the console at? Why are you not bringing up the console? Yeah, definitely. If you've got the money and you've got the time and you have the inclination, do both of them. They usually do a really good job of starting from the basics and starting from scratch when they're doing a program from what I've seen. So I don't think you need to worry about that quite as much. It's everyone gets intimidated and scared of coding because they're like, "Oh my god, it's so complicated." Once you get to doing it and once you understand the way it works, once you understand, because the greatest thing about coding is it doesn't matter what language you're in. A for loop is a for loop is a for loop. An if statement does the same thing no matter what language you're in. So once you learn one language, learning more languages in coding is relatively straightforward. You just have to learn how the language is looking at that if statement and that kind of stuff. And to be honest, you can get through most all code you're ever going to need to write with if statements and for loops and like the occasional while loop. It's it really comes down to just learning how to think through a problem. Like I'm doing right now. I'm trying to figure out why my code is not producing like this is supposed to be if I were to come here, I'm supposed to be seeing uh, not only the front directions and the minimum like this is calculating, but for some reason when it goes to do this calculation, it's not giving me that information. Yeah, Rebel Way and what were you expecting with the intro? Oh, I do have. I'm an idiot. All right, so okay, well, all of those. Okay, so clear. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's one of the bad things about a lot of those old a lot of those video tutorial um, things. I've gone through and done some from a few other uh, programs, from a few other companies, and I really have that problem too. There's some really great tutorials out there, but some of them end up being fairly dated. So it's one of the reasons why I'm doing the streaming is because I like people to hang out and talk and stuff, and I know it's hard to sit here for 4 hours like I'm doing, but it's up to date. It's getting into what's going on. It's also helping to show some problem solving. Searching a building with dust and magical stuff. Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate. Um, Once you get more into Houdini, you get to where you can look through a scene and see what the artist did. But as an intro, that's not okay. Okay, so let's try and T. Okay, well that got me somewhere. So now how is that getting me? Yeah, so now all of the... Oh, they're pointing to the left. Okay. Yeah, Yeah, I wish that wasn't the case now that you've told me that. Okay, so I want this there. Well, that's good. I guess if you're just starting out, you need to figure out... Okay, I'm just going to do this... Yeah, we're just going to do this. I'm just going to make this the left side, because it's pointing left. Actually, no, it's not. It's pointing right because I am going to go up here and fix. Because this shouldn't be negative. This should be positive. Alright, so. But that makes my other ones pointing back, which I don't want. Well, I can, because I'm just going to do the same thing I did here. I mean, I guess as long as you're learning, that should have broken the. Why did that not break these? Oh, because I didn't actually. This is B. Okay, and then this is. Yeah, I'd probably reach out to them because from my dealings with them, although it was on a different aspect, I wasn't a student. I was a peer working with them on a few things. Um, they usually seem to be pretty receptive to criticism. I would reach out and be like, "Hey, your basic one isn't giving me what I needed." So let's see. Are you gonna be front? I started about. Let's see. What was that? 2000. Oh, geez, I'd have to go look. I think it was about 10 years ago, 15, 10, 12 years ago. Because I got my master's degree, and that was almost 5 years ago. And I'd already been using it for like 5 years at that point. So yeah. And to be honest, there's still a lot of things that I could do with learning more about and doing better with. No, no, I think it was Houdini 4, 3. It was before they went to the numbering, the year numbering. It was before they went to doing that. If you'll give me a second here, I will. I'm gonna go ahead and no. Let me search my history on Facebook for a second because I can get a exact date actually because I went to a conference and learned about Houdini and came home and started using it immediately. So let me search my Facebook posts and see what I can find. Da, 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 da. Okay, so yeah, it was 10 years. My first post on Facebook about my stuff was in August. It was August 20th, 2011. Was the first time I mentioned Facebook on mentioned Houdini on Facebook. Yeah, there's a lot to it. It's a lot of fun to learn though. I absolutely love it. Ah, you're going to the left. Ah. Oh wait, no, it's not. That's. Oh, this is all just honestly, and and that's what you'll figure out as you're learning this, as you're learning coding. What the problems I'm having are all literally coding issues. They're not everything I'm doing. All the issues I'm running into aren't necessarily Vex issues. They are issues with me remembering which uh, what variables to use, what things to do, where it's all that, not uh, it doesn't really have anything to do with the like what I'm doing right now. The problem I'm having right now is my brain is putting the wrong math in the wrong places. So I'm just going through and instead of trying to fix the math, I'm just fixing the naming scheme because yeah, it's easier to do that way. So I come here and I say, let's do this. Let's do, I want this to be L. And this is going to be purple. Purple sounds good. Okay, so there is an L direction. And let me guess, it's not being, no, it's not being calculated. So now I get to figure out why it's not, well, it's being calculated, it's not being set. So mendist L, tdist and mendist L. Okay. Check this again. Okay. Alright, so apparently this loop is never being entered, which is what's causing the problem. So now I get to look back at this to see. Okay, so this is 7 pi over 4 here to 5 pi over 4. That's supposed to be, so this is probably going to be the front, not the left. So this is the front. Did I get a wall? Yes. So I have B direction, front direction, right direction, which I think is actually left direction. And then mendists for all of them. Okay, so back, mendist back, front, mendist front, which is messing up, and right. Okay. 7. There we go. I just had my directions backwards. Okay, so now... what color do I have? That's purple. So this is actually F. Oh. Oh, I didn't activate it. And... okay. So it looks like they're pointing... they're pointing along each other's vectors. Because if I turn off... let's see here. So if you look at these, they... no, they're not, because that's supposed to be solid there. So is front direction and back direction, they're identical. Okay, so what's going on there? Two just back. Why are they identical? They should be opposite each other. So... alright, well let's try this one. Alright. And is this one backwards too? So this should be 5, and this should be 3. No. I want to get... I don't want to get rid of that. I just want to comment it. Okay, so it's again, it's not coming in here. 5 and 3. Okay, so it's not even going inside. Zero degrees. From 7 pi over 4 to pi over 4. Should be the front. Alright, so what am I... okay. So the same direction, cosine... There's 0 if they're in the same direction, so that's the front. No, they're 1. Okay, so... yeah, that's... so I should be looking between root 2 over 2. Oh, they're symmetric. Alright, so let's actually get theta out of this, because that's probably going to be the best way of doing that. Double check, you are returning inverse cosine of n, where n is in radians. Turns value between values in the range of 0 to pi. Well, that doesn't give me what I need. Alright, so we're just going to get one of these working right. And then copy and paste. Not be hasty. So I want this to be facing forward. So this is returning it in pi, from 0 to pi. Okay, so this is from 0 to pi here. The problem is it's not returning, it's not giving me my negatives. So it's going to be 0. Well, I mean pi half. Alright, so let's do this. So I'm doing B direction. So you should still be giving me something. Percent G. What am I getting for betas? Okay. Okay, so that gave me that. Okay, so I want to do at a1 equals okay, I'll do that. Dihedral of okay, that one, and times all right, let's see if that does what I'm looking for. Okay, so what I'm trying to get now is I'm trying to get a vector that rotates. I actually want to make the okay. So I want to make the vector. So that's the okay. So I'm trying to make the cone, so that way I can see where they're at. So if I go, okay. All right. So if I do that, and then I do, yeah. And I do negative Yeah, see, they're not showing up. I can only get that one direction using this, which is weird because I should be able to get all of them. I've done it before. And I guess I could use... I guess I could do what I did before where I rotated everything to the x-axis and did the calculations, but I'm doing it... I don't need to do that because I'm... Do I need to? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. 3 points. So why are you giving it to me? You give me the forward direction. But you don't give me any other directions. But it does work. It gives me that. Because that's going to be between here and here. If I wanted it between here and here, I guess I could try the back direction. So what happens if I make this Okay. This is gonna take a minute. I'm just hoping it comes out right. That moment when, right? So I'm thinking about making a VOD channel where I take all the recordings off of this, download them to my computer, and then upload. Maybe do minimal editing just to like cut out sections like this. Oh, how long are these relaxes and stuff gonna take? Yeah, what I'm trying to do here is I want to fill in like pebbles and stuff and do some dirt in between the stones. Or whatever you want to do. Like, I could use these points as seeds for doing grass. Or something like that. Kind of like that. Using these as, using what I'm trying to get going here now is grass. That might be a next week project. Yay, 6 minutes in. Okay. You're a person who's needing, reported. How do I do that? Where's that? There we are. User as here. Report. We're gonna go with that. There we go. That chat's gone. Well, reported. And now I think I'm going to delete that chat. Yep, there we go. Bye. Well, oh, come on. You have no place in here. Oh, there we go. It finally finished. And it still didn't quite do it right. Alright, so we're going to go ahead. And how many points did you actually create? 144,000 in there now. Point generation. Let's take away the relax iterations. That should speed it up considerably. Yeah. So actually, that did speed it up quite considerably. Alright, remove overlapping. Okay, well, that made it get rid of, well, all of them. Okay. So... Oh, I forgot to tick the avoid constraint points box. That's what's going on. Let's see, did you actually make any? No. Avoid constraint points. I mean, I suppose I could just do a standard scatter and then delete by volumes on the huh. Maybe. Trying to figure out why it's actually showing the constraint points in there. And will it do that if I output it? Trying to remember, I did play with it. There's the new node, the other new node they put in that's for doing the... Alright, you're still not adding any points. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and bring you back down to 1,000. What was that other new node? I always end up forgetting it. Alright. Oh. Okay, so I just want to go to Houdini, and what's new in 18.5? Path deform, chain, attribute from pieces, mask by feature. That's it. Okay, so if I take this and do... See, I don't want you connected anymore. So I'm going to put this here. So this comes in with the geometry, point cloud. So okay, so there are areas of lower masking. So let's go ahead and let's do that super long thing we should never do and remesh this. Okay, I want 5 iterations. Adaptive, and I want it to be... maybe not adaptive. Nope, did that wrong. I always end up doing that. Come on, stop. Alright, so... Alright. I want RAM from attribute, and I want the mask attribute. Okay, so mask ranges from... I guess there are some that are less than others, but I don't think I need that. I think I need this. Alright, maybe it's there. And let's go with... let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so I do need a lot more points to get a good mask out of this. Okay, there we go. So now I have a nice mask to scatter against. And it even has a little bit around the edges there. So if I come in here, I want to do blurring iterations to be... let's go with 15 instead of that. Because I want it to go out a little bit further. Oh, I need it. Let's go... I don't want... I don't want points. I want primitives. There we go. That's better. Okay, so I want this to be blurred out just a little bit more. 'Cause I don't want points showing up around the bases there. Bias? Okay, so let's go like 0.3. Okay, that's a little bit too strong. So 2. Yeah. Yeah, I think we can work with that. Okay, so now if I scatter to the surface, and I don't need to add scatter noise. I don't need to remove overlapping. I don't need to avoid constraint points because I just need scatter points on the surface by density. Density attribute is mask. Alright, are you going to... So you put 1 there. Alright, so coverage 1. Alright. So, and it's still... I don't need to... I can just do a top viewpoint. Okay. So you're all good. There's some that are a little iffy. Relax here. Avoid constraint points. Don't force total count. Alright, by count per primitive. Okay, so primitive I at equals 1000 equals 100. Not 10 should do, actually. Okay. So is this... Well, I mean, what comes out there? Wow, all of that comes out there? Why are my... I guess nothing's inside now. Let's crank up the density a lot more. Okay. Yeah, that's getting there. There are some inside, though. So if I hit that... Okay, that doesn't actually solve the problem. Oh, yeah, let's actually... Oh, because this is actually setting... Hmm. Somehow I don't feel like the void is working quite right. Like, I really need to play with this avoiding thing, because it's... Yeah. Like, I was under the impression that... Not, Y, not J. I was under the impression that the mask by feature stuff... Oh, I guess... Alright, so let's go ahead and I want to put my... There we go. No blurring. Uh, 0.5. Okay, so what happens if I do that? It's better. Alright. Okay, 0.8. Let's see what happens if I do that. Okay, that's getting less out in the open. Maybe a little bit more density? Okay, well, that's not too bad. I hate putting that much density into it, but for what I'm doing, I guess I'm gonna need it, since this can't go into a, what's it called? This can't go into, texture. Maybe remapping it. Alright. So now scattering. Alright, let's go ahead and merge these together. I don't need you. Okay. So there's still a few that are ending up inside. Alright, so we're gonna do more blurring. Let's do 10 blur iterations again. But I'm remapping it, so... Alright. No. Eh, come on. 0.2, and let's just drive you up to 1. Okay, so I feel like that's the other direction, so I want to make you 0. Yeah. Okay. That looks better. Okay, and I don't want you... Yeah, it's perfect, actually. Now that I did that. I do not want this outputting... I don't want this outputting the, Okay, maybe it's not exactly perfect, but it's doing pretty good. I'm liking that. Alright, so... Now, if I want to... See, I like that they're all... aligned and everything, but... If we do an attribute... randomize... Because perfection is never good. The world's not perfect. So I want to do... okay, so instead of color, I want to do... normal. And the X and Z are going to be 0. Right? No? Okay, come back up here. Okay. I don't want primitives. I want... No, that should be fine. Why am I getting these crossings? Yeah, why are you twisting up that way? You are doing it by points. Oh. Well, you're already messing up. What the heck happened to you guys? Okay, there we go. Okay, so we don't have a lot of space to do, so but I want 0.1 and 0.1. Okay, there we go. So 1, 0.1, okay, 1, okay. Okay. Alright, so we just want a little bit of rotation. Let's go ahead and put 2 to 0. You're going to be